Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome in tonight. Thank you for the celebrate, Soph.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've got everything. Here. Oh, no. Somebody. And thanks for the resub, Soph. 15 months. I guess it has been that long,
Yep.
hasn't it? Dang. Thanks for the celebrate as well as for our welcome in. Okay, we are back in Ace Attorney tonight. Last we left off last week, I see your attorney's badge. That's not useful right now. We're investigating right now. We don't need an attorney's badge right now. The two people we're following they do not possess attorney's badges, and we'll be okay with that on as far. But last we left off, we were in the middle of the trial, I believe, and currently Sholmes and Susato's dad are on the ship where the crime potentially happened. It's anime Soph now? It's just Soph. You'll be with Soph in a void in a classroom forever and ever and ever. We just Soph.
My condolences.
Hmm?
My condolences.
I would not. If that was my fate, I would not deny my fate. I would sit.
Alright, then.
I would sit in a classroom with Soph for till the end of time if I was put in that situation. Where's Hemlock Sholmes? I don't know where Hemlock Sholmes is, but considering what Herlock Sholmes like, I don't know if I want to meet Hemlock Sholmes. Okay, so we're investigating the ship, and we have. Was this guy like beef stroganoff or something?
Chicken stroganoff.
Chicken stroganoff. There we go. His brother was like beef stroganoff. Okay. Let's. Oops. Oh, okay. I'm losing my mind here. I'm like, why? Why is it not working? Why? Why is it not working? The one option. Dumbass.
Oh.
Oh gosh, I gotta voice Mikitoba. Hold on. I don't even remember what voice I gave him, to be honest. Some sort of generic.
Hey guys, I'm Ikitoba.
I'm not as gifted with unique voices, so if I can do I can't unfortunately do Kermit the Frog.
Ikitoba the frog here.
Mikitoba the Frog here. Usually the frog here. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Oh no! No! Well, let's see. My mouse and my Joy-Cons and my mouse have this terrible double click thing going on.
Oh.
I did not mean to set off the alarm immediately like that without any thought, but here goes then. Pardon me in advance.
You, what are you doing?
I have a terrible double click problem. I'm so sorry, sir.
If we are at sea, that would be very bad problem.
Really? Like to the point where, you know, someone might trip over a cat and break their neck and die.
Yeah.
What's going down? What's going down? What's going down, bro? Oh, it's gonna be a great night, guys. I'm so tired. What's going on down there? Demon Stroganoff. Report at once.
I really feel like that needed to go through more review process.
More what process?
Review process.
Review process.
Seaman Stroganoff.
Oh, yes. Yes. No, they did that on purpose. You know. You know they did that on purpose.
Yeah, that's right. This is BL.
This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You know they did that on purpose.
Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous. No, as I told you.
Now, Sholmes. Now!
Done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Stand there gulping at my brilliance, Mikitoba. In we go.
Oh,
You're eventually going to have to come back out.
yes.
Oh,
Damn. 3rd November, SS Grouse, first class cabin, number 2. Good gracious.
it would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Those clothes on the floor. There. They're Seichiro's. Without question.
Oh, seems we are just a little too late.
Yes. By about 2 hours.
Then, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here.
That burly crewman may return any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling.
You're an exhibitionist, aren't you, Sholmes?
No, he likes to watch.
Oh, he's a voyeur, I see.
He clings to the wall.
There's a speaking tube here. Look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't annoying, I suppose.
One deeds so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
Yes, snakes. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, show it.
It's like the game of hot and cold. Except instead of being like hotter, warmer, warmer, colder, warmer, colder, you just hate it slowly gets louder.
I don't mean closer in proximity.
Oh. Oh, yes. No. Sure. That too.
I'm gonna keep it as TOS as I could. It's still a joke.
I see it. Man, that was terrifying. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, that would be absolutely horrifying if you got in that situation and you're vulnerable like that, right? And all of a sudden, cicada noises just gradually get louder. Like, oh my lord. Oh, okay. Can't think about that. We're moving on. I can't. I'm too tired tonight. I gotta focus. Okay. Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, speak to her. Ice! What opulence the first class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. 2-hour-old ice.
Pardon.
Would it be the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikitoba. Sight of you is making my mouth water.
Please don't start making cicada noises. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Shelves. This is the waste paper bucket. Bucket? Buckets. This is the waste paper basket. Look. And there's still rubbish inside.
Indeed? Then let us pry. I thought I said let us pray.
Let us pray over the rubbish.
I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of those waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. You may have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago. The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Following departure. Oh my god. Ah, yes. There was an evacuation drill. I was able to read that, almost certainly. Indeed. You gave us pulling a Genshin impact here, I see. I suddenly remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. I want to look at that. I can't look at it? Rude. Show it in front of my face. Give me 10 seconds to read the first line. Any stowaways in here? According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in the Sogi's wardrobe.
What did he want? It was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
We do not need to recreate what might have happened across the SS Buria 6 months ago. What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. So only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes? Surely you can just tell me what you said. Pah! Sounds exciting that way.
Well, I added some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway mirror.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes.
It's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, dressing gown.
Momohiki work trousers, batons and robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap with that in something of a hurry.
Indeed. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just find any extras I need, I think. Sholmes like, I can lend you some of my shirts.
Very sizable trunk indeed.
There better not be a dead body in there.
There's two.
There better not be 2 dead bodies in there. It kind of vaguely reminds me. So, back in 2020, I think I've talked a little bit about this with you, Soph. I don't know how much I've talked about this on stream, but I used to participate in Danganronpa adjacent. It's essentially we made our own Danganronpa OCs, and we did killing games on Discord. We made like servers and did that. There's people that organized it and made up the story, and just like led the story along and stuff like that. It was super fun. But I remember the first game I ever played in. I played as like this really weak boy character, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And so I just took it. I was very, went my way, worried the whole time, and my character liked to cook a lot, and so they opened up a new area and had a kitchen in it, and my character was so excited to go check out the kitchen. Of course, all the players knew that there was going to be a body found, and so of course, very, what's the word? Very out of character. They all went searching for a body. I just went about my business as my character would want. And where do I happen to go and find a dead body draped across my brand new kitchen? that was my character was so excited to find, and he was so upset and disgusted. And it's like, oh my god, okay, there's a dead body, now we have to investigate. And this was like on the second floor of this building that we were all trapped in. And so we go around the kitchen collecting evidence and this and that, and there's a dumbwaiter that goes down to the dining room downstairs on the first floor. And so I'm like, okay, whatever, let me look at the dumbwaiter. Open up the dumbwaiter, there's another dead body. My character found both dead characters in his fucking kitchen. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, are you kidding me? I remember the mods were getting excited, being like, oh my gosh, a dumbwaiter, that's so cool. And I'm like, maybe I should check the dumbwaiter for some evidence. They probably did something. Nope, a whole nother body just topples out on my character. I don't think it's nice to refer to the waiter that way. It was not, it's, he doesn't really have brains. He's kind of mechanical. Like, he does his job well. I can't help the name that they've given him. I'm sorry. His name is Dumbwaiter. Anyway, sorry. Just looking at this trunk and being like, if there's a body that pops out, and then you making the comment and being like, there's two bodies there, made me think of that, where I'm like, I'm going to once again find two bodies that I was not ready for.
Old being 4 years old, but yeah.
Hmm?
That's quite the pull, it being 4 years old, but yeah.
Yes. Oh, the memory?
Yeah.
That first game was very impactful on me. A handful of us won it, but I was technically the one that kind of spearheaded it. So like, I was the protagonist that they ended up deeming me at the end. Because I was the one that was like, I was the equivalent of the protagonist going after the bad guy, right? Refuting the arguments, pointing out the facts and all that. Everybody else was like, and I'm like, no, I know what's going on, and I'm not going to let you get away because nobody else wants to put this effort in. So I'm going to come after you. But that first game, that was fun. Like, there were snags that came along the way, but it was very impactful. Not only did I make it out alive, which I didn't think would happen, but I was able to develop a character and find other characters to develop my character with, and also figure out the mystery. So that was super cool. Anyway, back to this. Today's gonna be like that. I feel it. I'm gonna get distracted. I'm gonna be laughing at everything. I am awake, but am I really? Seishiro is particular to all things large.
I'm rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Huh, pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock.
I see, so 7 seconds from now then.
And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or any other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases.
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
Nobody in here is straight, it's fine.
You can be on the wall though.
Cicada noises intensify.
Oh no, the lock's suddenly stuck. We can't get out.
See, pinning Sholmes to the wall would never work. Because he would just cling to it.
He would just cling to it, yeah.
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. Trifle. You know what I always say, Mikatiba? There is nothing important about trifles. Always.
Yeah, always. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Are we not going to remove it from the wall? Are you kidding me?
Or do
Sholmes,
anything with the wall.
I know, right? Sholmes, you and your damn trifles. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stopped this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. Who are you referring to?
I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of the Great Detectives, aren't you? The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What we have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed.
But that's just a trifle, isn't it?
Yep. Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who's been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes. Don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Uh-oh.
You're still here.
Ah! Able Seaman Stroganov. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You're waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a haughty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before.
Poor innocent chicken.
It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kakoi?
Kakoi? Sugoi yo ne.
I'm afraid I see through your lies. One thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov. You know exactly what the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you...
He's a great detective, you see. Good gracious, Sholmes. I mean, you worked it out. All of it.
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? With my inimitable logic and reasoning?
Nothing would please me more.
Nothing. What is this?
You see the logic and dance, logic and reasoning dance conclusion, whatever you just said, includes cicada noises.
I've got minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Mr. Sherman, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Ah, that is what I said. Suddenly, there was a rather clumsy laugh. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What?
Ah, yes, of course.
I'll see you notice it too, Micteva. Then please, take the lead. This cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having a okay.
It's doing its thing. I have not touched anything.
See what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikitova.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has, quite. And all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answer shall become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that. It's the eyes. Oh my gosh. This reason he was Sean's partner. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How cute. That's not my line.
Oh, curiously, I shouldn't have noticed despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Yeah, the man here was here in the cabin until moments before our arrival. With well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshment, Sholmes.
I might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov?
But why would Shashira run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your work in Japan?
Ah, That's right. They are. I was in the cabin next door, and they sure was. Yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected. Well, you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces?
I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity.
Would it by chance be your trifle?
Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place near.
That's the key to this, Mictober. The remnants of the Dark Deed that took place in here are being masked by Sholmes talking over Sholmes.
Sholmes? Sholmes is talking over Sholmes. Oh, he likes to hear himself talk.
I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance introduction with you again, Mictober.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
See, I didn't see fellow at first. I thought I just said my dear.
You have the floor, my dear.
Sholmes. Wow. Shocking. These little tip taps. It's the rule of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. Where was originally over here? Shape and size of a perfect match. Duh, you are right. Then, when did frame you? Only the most observant of women are you, Mr. Stroganoff. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Oh dear, that seems to have really touched a nerve.
So, Mictober, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
Oh! That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who has been shooting walls? What if it's a person with a really tiny hand punching holes in the wall?
No. It could be.
I didn't hear the you, so I just heard no.
No. Immediately.
That stupid get out.
No, yes, ending tonight. Only no. Denying at every opportunity. Shutting down.
Shut up, read the script.
We're not improving tonight, so read the fucking script.
I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupants of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Egg. What is the conclusion that you're attempting to shield said occupant? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern stranger? Oh, so we're talking about the same man. I see. Good. Sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, can't you? There's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying to the man. Yes, you've been told to keep... Yep, I had read.
Yep, and now I'm talking over you. I'm sorry.
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
My dear Mikatova, simply keep first principles in mind. Look at your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it.
So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
Here. Oh. Get around. Oh. Is it the money in your pocket? Paid off? Tippy tappy tip.
It's almost too obvious for words.
What? The universal language of the world. Money.
And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku. Yes?
Yeah.
So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But I believe you know Mrs. Stroganoff. You know what Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikatova, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor.
Slighted flicker of the pupils, minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
You love my tapping toes, don't you?
Strong as those toes.
Ayo?
Oh, you know, it wouldn't be the strangest thing. For him, it would not be the strangest thing.
You turned to immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time. And is at this very moment thinking it's best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
At least he runs a bit of the tank. I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine you didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it'd be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk.
Oh my gosh.
And not go through.
What?
I was wondering if it didn't go through.
No, it is. Sorry, I was contemplating. 7 digits. I have a feeling we're going to be pulling a Danganronpa here.
Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it at our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No. Definitely.
Yep.
Somebody you can call.
I had a feeling I saw it on his art. I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh, we're gonna be in a Leon situation here.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Ah. Now, whatever. Would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me?
7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Oh, so it's... Okay, I was thinking in my head. 5...
At least I think that's what it is.
5, 2... Show... I think so. No?
I do.
There it is. I pressed the wrong button. It was hidden behind my model.
That did it. It's open.
Immediately punched in the face. You had to meddle, didn't you? Meddling kids. Well, Eugen, you found me now.
Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond doubt. No, I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know?
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Miktober. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. You made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, I killed a man.
Damn.
In a fridge. On the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it.
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say.
Why are we pretending it's a mystery?
I don't know. I just always assume it's him.
I know. Anytime it's like, why are we? Sean just likes to be mysterious, I guess.
He does. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's almost a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colourful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. Cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am.
Hi, Link. Welcome in. How's it going
Oh.
tonight? Hope it's going good. Soph and I are doing our weekly Ace Attorney tonight. So feel free to stick around and listen to our excellent voice acting and witty improv. Alright, just got home from work. Well, kick back, get something to eat. Very tired. I feel that, man. I feel that.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, lend me 5 minutes. The ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Seishiro. Take it.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
In bed then, Eugen.
Come on. Let's go.
One moment.
Sholmes, we could end this scene. We got into a clean ad break here, but we're gonna have to pause for your one moment here. So, we're gonna take one moment real quick, because it is the top of the hour, so it is time for us to take our early ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you'll hang tight with us real quick, we will be right back and continue with whatever line of questioning Sholmes wishes to go down. So, see you guys in a minute. So excited, aren't you? You're so excited, so we're all so excited. Alrighty. That was perfect timing. I guess Dvalin's name is perfect ad break music. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. Okay, Sholmes, you can have your one moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that? Seishiro. Thanks for the celebrate ad. Oh my god.
I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
The small component has been entered into the court record.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we did as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. My capable daughter.
Third November, 12:10 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. We're back.
Kazuma Soki. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. But you're holding something back. You know what you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony? Far from it. Still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. Yes, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Mark, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Jigoku. Very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Jigoku! You found him!
He's not dead. Quit telling people I'm dead. Oh, it's like I can still hear him.
The investigations of every producing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Shigoku on the night of his death. Because, along with Prosecutor Isugi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Sesshomaru Jigoku is the sole witness. Who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October? Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Or to reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. Objections from either side?
Oh, it's a little early. Maybe we could push it back an hour.
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
Live to fight another day. This kind of our tea.
To be continued. Immediately.
The unexpected halt of the proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. Outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
Wow! Iris! 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes is asleep.
My return, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Nope, that's RuneScape. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more worrying day than Mikitoba and I now. You did say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So, this prosecutor Sogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's really good when it comes to me and ropes, so... He's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazma's changed.
He's not in the Shibari
He
anymore.
knows... I was gonna say he knows more nuts now.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, let's not talk about your private life.
I mean, it's incredible. Oh boy.
Oh my god! Oh dear lord!
think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I also know some knots. I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. All this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. And then, I must say, it's been quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Goku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikitova. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I've been telling you of the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already.
What's so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
I foresaw this whole thing happening, you see?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Oh god, my voice is not warm.
Oh, and what a feast it is! I'm none the wiser, I think the trial will have won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
So many proteins.
Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
Yes. Susie's daddy.
Oh my god.
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half sisters, I mean.
Oh.
Oh.
Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you into thinking I'd left.
Sorry. Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have to been sisters with you, Susie.
Yes, well, but Iris, you know
I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh. No, that's quite alright.
Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant?
You're not the guest here. This is your own suite.
Just who is Iris' father? Suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Or will we? So then, let us dine. While our lordly pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
Okay.
A fine idea, Sholmes. It looks absolutely delicious.
Especially the pheasant.
Especially my pheasant.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds, except for the pheasant.
Could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial.
Sholmes, who's Iris's who's Iris's dad? Tell us.
Got that telegram from Japan and about Cosmo. I can't let this opportunity slip away.
Oh my god. The team had a good time with Sholmes this game, didn't they? Both games, to be honest. They are having a great time with 3D, aren't they?
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
I'm eyeing that pheasant that is not mine, apparently.
Surely it's abundantly clear. I wasn't brooding of Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Ha ha ha.
Sorry, honey, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, did I discuss some things with you? Right, the pheasant. Certainly, my dear Philip, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. I could probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion.
Goodness, Vegemai's for Naruto-san.
In what fashion?
Oh, you know.
Seems, before we discuss the pheasant, there's some other unpheasant matters to discuss.
It's true. These are the opposite, not the opposite, but they are non-pheasant topics.
Yeah. So, what was the telegram you received back from Japan then?
What did you even send out to begin with, actually?
Oh, this? I think my lucky stars have arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows.
There it is.
A. Sogi, R. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
That's what it was. Because that was, I think those were the names that were on the not gramophone, but not gramophone, the Morse code.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was. I'm just thinking of Sholmes's caramel now. I don't know why, but suddenly that's all my brain can think of, and it can't find anything else. Okay, so those are names. I've been thinking about this whole case. So I'm like, oh, everything's kind of coming to a head. I'm like, I don't remember what those names were. I remember Asogi was in there and Gregson was in there, but I can't remember who else was in there.
What? Those 4 names. Come across the same exact list before.
The end of the last game.
It came up in the end of the last game, in that unforgettable case last spring. It appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder, turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. Thought that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Supposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of the message. K. Sogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office, undetected, to investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Grissom dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow, Naruhodo.
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
And in my name. I wonder what guys he opted for this time.
He's a funky little guy. I like him.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Holmes. Looks deadly serious for once.
A telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record.
That tragedy we had to go through in the SS Buria. It's all for nothing. Cousin wasn't dead at all.
I cried so hard for nothing. He was alive this whole time.
You didn't tell me, Mr. Sholmes.
You're completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. It's no pleasure receiving you. However, at the time, it was pretty funny. What that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susto. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my! You mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. However, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Isogi, I successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Well, you didn't do a great job on that.
Wait, do you mean to say that this is all in aid of stopping Cosmo coming to Britain? That's why you Mr. Norwood. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Was I Hosonaga?
It's been many
I
months.
feel like we've switched back and forth on him.
Maybe. I'll take him.
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of I don't know what I was about to say there. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All we require is one lawyer. The study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
A voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another super lawyer.
His eyes boring right into Ryunosuke.
So, you manipulated me?
I don't think we stopped by the the South Pacific. You know what? For all we know, we did. I have no clue what route they took.
Yeah. I've often remarked the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge, your late friend. Late indeed. Don't believe it. How? How do you not believe it?
But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Actually, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the form of relief she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes?
Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
So I thought he was going to die. I was ill 12 months ago. It was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago. Close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows.
Speaking in riddles. Quit speaking in riddles. Tell it to us. Oh my god. You, sir. Okay, we can actually look at this now. That's exactly what was said.
Yep.
Yep. Look at this now.
See these little things all over the place, don't you? Right on top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
it's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be a watch would be quite useless without one.
Crown? Like, what's this on top of the monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually,
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
this is a crown. I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean a pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Is that all we're gonna remark about? Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over.
Pardon, great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze upon it for hours. I just want to sit here, staring at my boyfriend's katana.
I want to stand here staring at my boyfriend's tip. Look at that. It's the most eye-catching bit on this, after all.
I can't. The tip is gone. Tip of the great sword. Broken. Circumcised. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. And else here, Karma sobs.
Poor Karma.
Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. He just maybe just give his katana a little kiss. It might make it feel better.
Maybe just a little bit. Okay. Point.
What do you think, Susto?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Grayson's broken power watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too.
Oh wow! We finished each other's sandwiches, Mr. Naruhodo. A perfect fit!
I knew it. I was just thinking the same thing too. Right. Perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once. The details of the small component have been updated in the court record.
Okay. Get that out of the way. Alright, we need to present something to you. What are we presenting? God, what do we talk about?
Attorney's badge.
Yep, that's definitely gonna do it. You'll be like, oh, I'm convinced. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh, okay, no, it's not from the store. Okay. Tangible omen. Tangible omen. I don't know if we've really done anything with this, to be honest.
No.
What do you think about these?
Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this?
I don't think he really wants to.
It's all the times, you know, Edo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter, the pheasant.
Of course it is.
Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks.
Okay, where's the shot on that one? Try? No. It doesn't want to look at the photograph. He's not into Nickelback. What would have been an omen that was here a year ago? What if it is this? Nope. Okay, I'd be like, I swear. The one time I was like, here, look at my Tony's badge. What would have been around a year ago? It was haven't. Would have been here a year ago.
Gregson actually died 1 year ago.
Oh my god, who have we talked to then? Who was eating the fish and chips? Scarlet ink stains visible on the red on little and ring finger, right hand. Inspector Gregson for proceedings who died with you. Come on, Sholmes. I'm trying here, okay? Work with me. I'm really putting some thought into this, okay? What do we have that would even spark conversation from a year ago? Karen, Gina. Notes articles related to the victims of the Reaper. What is her open? So throw me a bone. If you'd let me eat that pheasant, I could throw you a bone. And we're not even 2 hours in the stream. What does he want? It's particularly out of place. I don't think it's particularly eye-catching either. But this letter that you pinned to the wall, sir?
It's been there for a while.
It has. But I don't think we've really gotten much than flavor text on it. I wasn't sure if it was something to be like, ah, it's been here the whole time, you know? Hmm. I'm curious though.
I like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanket at the table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susto-san sees me.
Well, that was enlightening. What other conversation points? I almost said I saw Cosmo and almost said no more Cosmo points. Take it for the steamship. Oh my god. Wait, these controls. private execution. Negotiation of prison second order to secure assistance, full disclosure of information regarding diversion will be demanded. I can't think of anything. Can you think of anything?
Tana and the photo of Clint are the only things that I could think of that would have been around back then.
Yeah. I just don't know what would spark it. What would spark the conversation? Even if there was something like nowadays that just came about, I'm like, what would be the omen? What would be the omen, Sholmes?
The Shulman.
The Shulman. Okay. Where are we? Twisted Karma's last spell. Resolve of Reno Skin Honor. Hold on. I swear. Sir.
There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You're very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You did mention that a year ago, so that makes sense. You obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found.
A. Sogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
We only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired in Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove the others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. I don't know if you can say that in front of me, but
I'm his partner. I'll turn a deaf ear.
you're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes. When he has designs on knowing it. He knows who you have a crush on.
He knows everybody who you have a crush on.
Oh my. Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line!
Well, I'm on top of that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, it was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please. Tell us all that you know. Tell us about these 4 names, and the tragedy which are all somehow connected.
But first,
No! Tell us! It's been 2 games, Mr. Sholmes! Speak!
as I said, I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan. My mind immediately turned to those four names, because, you see, there's someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Ah, Shin, as it was transcribed in the Japanese script. An actual fact, Miss Asha Shin. That is a familiar name to me. He was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining two persons in the list.
Hey, Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson and myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Not that that helped John H. Wilson.
No.
So that's why he went to such things to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes. Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then?
Okay for her to learn now.
I didn't know.
Oh, I heard his.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just didn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruto?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she?
Well,
He was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing this sort of revelation, my hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those four names
Bold.
was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy?
Topsy hypothesis.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all four names in the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed. I would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah,
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashun is because he was the target of an assassination.
Big shocker.
And forearmed with that knowledge, for fresh consideration of this telegram, it's listed a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, this will not strike you. There is another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... Of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Ozma?
Oh, no.
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was...
The assassination of the Mark.
Young Mr. Asoki accepted that mission a year ago now.
Damn. Well, before we get too deep into this, with more revelations of what could be coming, it is the top of the stream hour, so it is time for us to go ahead and take our early ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you guys will hang tight here real quick, we will be right back. See you guys in a minute. Alrighty. We are back. Thank you for the celebrate soap.
Yeah.
Let's continue down this line of thinking.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
Oh dear.
Assassin exchange. How could Cosmo... Sort of lucky. How could Cosmo possibly have got involved in something like that?
What was that?
What? Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, Kazuma decided I couldn't watch the stream anymore. Discord just popped me out of the stream. For some
Oh!
reason.
Damn. Discord, why? Please behave.
Yeah. It's great.
We love stuff and technical issues. We love Discord. We love it.
Still better than any other software that tried to do the same thing.
You know, you're right. It's the best we've got. This is our what's the word? Pick your poison.
Yep.
This is assassin exchange.
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by the consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought up into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
Highest levels. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. In truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That association and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Sogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
Kazuma was here for Gregson? But Judge Goku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspectors safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek to transfer to overseas position. Obviously, the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. that he'd been transferring to Paris police and taking Juno with him. Without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
All right, everyone. That's quite enough for that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
It's past your bedtime, old man. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
It's quite grumpy without a good night's rest. He'd need a nap otherwise.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It's a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I'll still be your big sister, in spirit. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Are you?
But if someone like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What? Really?
Oh yes, without question.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to do arena to the floor?
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
But wait a minute. If Stacy's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Bruno.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I praise you so well. Ha 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 ha. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
We're going to fillet the prosecution, quite literally. You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. I might finally get to like the last spoiler that I know.
Oh.
Good luck in court, alright? I'm expecting a sterling performance.
We'll try.
I'll do my very best, of course. My Rue bestest.
Yeah.
My Ryu bestest.
My Ryu Bestis. That's gonna be what I'm gonna say now. It's not gonna be my Ryu Bestis anymore. It's my Ryu Bestis. I like that a lot. You're going like, what the hell does that mean? Sorry.
The overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. A list of 4 names in the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. Felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon.
Don't go towards the light, Rinosuke.
Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. did we ever learn anything about Ryunosuke's
I
parents?
I was just thinking about that. I'm trying to remember how they established him in the beginning. I'm like, was he an orphan? I'm trying to remember. Gosh, that was almost a year ago now, so I don't know if I can think that far back to a very small point. He's never really talked about his family, at least once we've gotten to London. Like
Yeah.
his connection back to home has always been like talking about Cosma or talking about Susato and Professor Mikotoba. Like that was his connection back home. He didn't really talk about much else. For some reason, I want to say he was either an orphan or his parents passed away whenever he was older. Because it's for whatever reason, I'm getting this inkling that I remember starting the story and thinking like, oh, this is like your typical underdog type of story where he doesn't really like have anything. He's only one tracked mind right now where he's going to school, right, for this to become better and to be able to become a productive member of society and do what he wants with his life and gain this knowledge and gets thrown into this whirlwind of becoming someone much more spectacular than he ever thought he would be. That's my inclination, but I can't say with certainty what his family situation is like.
Yeah.
Fourth November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Gosh, she stands so gracefully. Sorry, I can't get over. As someone that did dance, as someone who did dance, I'm like, he has a very like dancer like stance.
I feel like dance and swordplay kind of go hand in hand, so it
Probably,
sort of
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. He reminds me of that Degas statue. Which I actually got to see in person. I didn't think I'd be able to get to see it in person. I went to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston.
Yeah.
And they had it there. I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that lived here or if it was on display here. But I was like, oh, that's so cool. Got to see the real thing.
Oh. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. And players. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
I'll
Nobody
see.
goes home.
You all will die here.
Not what I meant.
You see, I've gathered you here today to begin a mutual life of killing.
We have to release our own double secret of brand justice.
Forget about your hope. You will only know despair.
That feels like a Danganronpa thing.
Indeed it is.
Okay,
And it was a Danganronpa thing the whole time.
got it. I know of it in a very cursory way. I'm
Understandable.
still waiting for Arya to just subject me to it.
Ari and I both can make a PowerPoint presentation for you.
She had toyed with the idea of making me play the games at some point.
Hmm? Those would need voicing too.
Yeah.
They would. They have like, whenever you have a line from them, they might say a couple words that are kind of in line with what they're talking about, but it's not the full line. Or it might just be like a, huh, uh-huh type of thing. But
Words need to be read.
Words need to be read.
Words do need to be read.
It's going on my tombstone. Councils, you're going to take this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Well, I guess we're ending trial right here. We gotta roll credits.
I need you all to stop rolling credits so damn much.
Well, you stop using that word.
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
Imagine.
Damn it, why are the credits rolling again?
Renosuke, we like this is the inner monologue, right? But we're pretty certain that Renosuke murmurs this under his breath, right?
Right?
so I'm just imagining that he's in exactly how you delivered it, just being like resolve. Yes. So just like, oh my lord, we're gonna be lucky if we survive today.
It's like that is one weird fucking guy.
So like maybe I
That's
threw
my
him to the
intention.
ground. Sorry. So like maybe I
Throw
threw
him
him
to
to.
the ground, is that what you said?
Susu's thinking maybe I've thrown him to the ground too many times and he's had brain damage.
For some reason, I thought you were saying Strongheart was gonna throw him to the ground. I'm like, in what way?
No, we don't need to talk about that. Oh god. She finally speaks.
My lord, if I may inquire,
No. The defendant may speak.
on what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
As I said,
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day.
Kazuma,
Please don't expose everything in front of everyone.
save some for the better.
See some of it in the bedroom. I know you've decided to wear this, like, slutty skin-tight suit. Please, leave some things to the imagination.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get a distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable. I presume it's too fucking bad. You don't have a choice. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Derek Van Zykes. The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom.
At last, then. We've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve for the credits. Because this is going to test it to the limit. It's like when songs start in canon, but it's just the credits, rolling over the credits, rolling over the credits at this point.
Yeah. It's like how whenever you like capture your desktop, but then you capture the application capturing your desktop and it puts a window within a window within a window within a window within a window. That's just the credits. That's the credits at this point.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who did this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. When he's not sure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. I hope Seishiro Jigoku, Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his payment rules. Would you ask? I'm voted him personally to the International Forensic Science Museum as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. I heard it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Did you send a killer to Japan or from Japan to England?
Well, I never fancy a young murdering student turning up here of all places.
Sure.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes. Oh, self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
I feel like we've had a pretty good track record. For the most part.
Yeah. Came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
I took a train and a boat, mind you.
And explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? We didn't come to it prematurely when I was invited to, when I was an invited guest, maybe questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man. Nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
Yep. I beg your pardon.
I don't know why I took a bite of cookie. Hold on.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. That we stole from your office.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Strongheart just like, oh my god, why is there another one rolling? Can't these stop?
From?
You can think of them as my 372 372 points and 12 reasons, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that says your Jigoku is involved in this case?
My attorney's badge.
Okay. Do we go straight for that telegram? Because it has the names. Well, in the notes it says it was found in Jigoku's office. It doesn't specifically say it on the thing itself, though.
Gotta remember what else you did.
Well, we're going down this
Yeah.
line of thinking, so I don't think this is it, but this was my original thought of where we would start today. Or not today, but like in the case, right?
Yeah.
Because that directly ties Gregson to... Okay. An argument can be made that, oh, it's the crown of another pocket watch, but it's a very good indicator to indicate that this is Gregson's pocket watch piece, so... And it was in his trunk in his room, so it's like, Let's start with this and see.
But it has to be the heart of the case.
Yeah.
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Keisogi, Ah Shen. I don't know why I say Ah Shen instead of A Shen, but you know.
He grumpy.
You little. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Where did you get that?
Ah, a little turtle send it on the way.
I was gonna say internet. In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you...
I've got ways.
I flew there, and boy, are my arms tired.
Boy, are my winged pants tired.
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Sogi and A. Shen are the names of assassins.
No.
He just has a long-lost cousin named, Kyle. No, wait. A year ago in Tokyo. Sounds like a lyric. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Without her real name, was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Oh shit, I just took a bite.
Yeah.
I can't eat. Anytime I wait, I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay, we're safe. I've got a stim. Take a bite, immediately have a line.
Ace Shin and her victim Jay Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also visiting student Kazuma Afoot. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
Hei Yasogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
Collusion between between both countries to kill people.
These two cases of murder, one took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Judge Shigo? What's this all about? Speak, damn it!
And you, Kazuma. You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Yeah. You deliberately avoided saying the name. Evidence claims that these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say the very idea seems utterly absurd.
Yeah, it's what the British mastermind would say.
Oh, well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Nothing. His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. Refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha 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 ha! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange, the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. The way they do dates always screws me.
Mm-hmm.
As you wish, my lord.
I always want to put an of between the number and the what's the word? The month. Or I want to shuffle it around to say like October 31st.
October 31st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The assassin exchange.
It's true that Phasma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Mm.
If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Don't laugh. Don't be giddy.
So you admit it then? As the communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
What? Well, it's easy to judge. When you're a judge. Ha 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 ha.
Pardon?
So he had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
I'm not the one testifying right now. Please continue.
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jagoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed down. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric van Zykes. The prosecution's... Ooh! That's a lot of... Ooh, man! The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
That a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Yup.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone in the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. So please stop asking me about it. We are concerned not only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yeah, and I can connect him to Gregson.
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants, the study tour that I approved him.
I'll never forget it. I remember. Ooh. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it, just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, and now we're getting married. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understandings and friendship. Behind the scenes, the chosen students would be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, warned Mr. Jikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? I thought it'd be funny.
He's nice with a sword.
He's most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than desire. It was his whole purpose in life. It gave him resolve.
Damn it.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, was ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Isogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job portraying mine, Isogi.
You weren't the first. Don't feel so offended.
Why was Inspector Grigson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea. Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Chigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up. With what? The fact of the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I already admitted to recruiting a Silky. You mean him done? I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? It wasn't possible. Simply because a black-clad young student up there had already put himself forward as Sogi's replacement. And there's no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Whoops.
Ah! Shulkin's just somewhere in the corner laughing to himself.
He's out there in the antechamber doing his full like back bending thing to himself.
My hands were completely tied.
So, Mr. Shum's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
You were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
Obviously. I wanted to go to Britain, figure out things about my father. Obviously, I was playing you. I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by the witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. Except for the telegram.
And except for the autopsy report for Clint.
Yep.
And except for
And you have...
sorry.
What?
I was to say and except for the crown that fits perfectly under Gregson's pocket watch.
Yep. And you have some means of substantiating this plea? Outside your cabin in the first-class area, the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting the crewmen outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
I went there on an assassination mission, Ryunosuke. Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built I thought I said caveman at first. Oh no. There was a well-built caveman there. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door of the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while he waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Grayson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He is intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
But the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those are my thoughts, too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past.
You see? That proves it. The gunman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot.
Despite his name being Chicken, he was no chicken.
To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait! What about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them have drowned out the sound of a gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Goku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole.
Oh yes. You're talking about what that detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. It was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Sure.
That's the hole in this argument.
The woodworm hole.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true, and the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, I must assume that the witness is telling the truth. Yeah. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
Alright.
And that Cosmo has already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so. Hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
it's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed them.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Before we go about destroying anyone, though, we have hit the top of the hour. So, it is time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you'll hang tight here real quick, we will be right back here in just a few minutes. See you soon. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. Okay, so we're at the beginning here. I'm gonna make a save. Towards the minute, carrot mission. I think this is what we're supposed to pursue first. Oh, the music stopped. I was holding my breath. I don't know, man. When I feel confident about something, it never usually ends up working.
Yeah. Yes, as the court has heard, there is a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that?
Maybe you shouldn't have just left it in your trash can. Mr. Sholmes is a bit of a raccoon, you see.
A man of many forms?
Sure.
Sometimes he's a cicada, sometimes he's a raccoon, sometimes he's a bunny.
You know, a man that has gone through many different personas.
This isn't Persona. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were together on deck for an evacuation group.
Wait, I'm thinking, where did the... Who was in Dunkirk that night? Wait, I mean, so the ship was on its way to London at that point, correct? Or
Yeah.
to wherever the British port is. Okay, so I'm thinking because there's ice there too. They probably had a large fridge to store the body in too. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. That just hit me. All crewmen were away from their posts.
During that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Renosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. And counsel. Dr. Gregson was killed in Judge Goku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. We will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have? The victim's life was taken in Goku's cabin on 31st October.
I feel way too confident in this line of thinking.
Judge Goku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? Found pocket wash. And if you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. Wait, can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch was almost certainly broke there. Gah. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. And the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
What's with all these people calling me names? Excellent, expertly maneuvered.
Weird spelling.
I know, that threw me off at first too. I'm like, oh no.
Maneuvered.
Maneuvered. Expertly maneuvered, Rinosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like the pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to pitch you earlier in the year. Fuck you. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel.
Being accused of murder is a punishment for driveling on. Down.
I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear. But the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, for reasons this time, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled.
You were the one that didn't want to talk about it.
Yep. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, in the land of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
The events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him and keep on say throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Gosh. If he died on the ship and was kept in the fridge, someone would have had taken him out or had like some sort of cooler. Put him on train for what? A couple hours, was it? A couple hours train ride? Back to London. Shuffled him up into that room and plays. Oh dear God. I didn't realize just
Without
like
anybody finding him.
yeah, without anyone finding him. So like not to say it's implausible because it feels like we're going down that line of thinking, but just to say that like holy crap, like it was more than just like get him off the boat, take him down the street. It was get him on a train. after getting off the boat. You're like, this big old luggage. Oh, wait. This big old luggage. Never mind.
It wouldn't fit in a fucking suitcase, but
Yeah. Well, if Jigoku fit in that trunk, who's to say that? Well, the trunk was still on the boat.
it could be a different trunk.
It could be a different trunk because he. So, this stood
And I
out
think
to
it's a
me.
boat after.
This stood out to me. Hardcore. Whenever we saw this picture, I'm like, why the fuck would they put the trunk in the front there? I'm like, oh.
Yeah. It's a refrigerator trunk.
Oh.
Ippon Seoe. Common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
I feel pretty stupid. What?
It's my job as a prosecution to make you feel as stupid as possible. I can't use the word fool, but do you feel like one?
You're supposed to leave the degrading to the bedroom.
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. This in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Yeah, I already. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Ripper's hand to death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, Lord. If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in this case. Well, counsel, I already see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. What embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Good. I hope you're embarrassed.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. My shoulder. I honestly... Maybe sometimes like confessing.
If a report called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently Gregson told crewman was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips, and I imagine the crewman was convinced. That's all it takes.
All it takes.
The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
Man, you know what? You could put 3 children in a trench coat with a fake mustache and a bag of chips. And they could be considered a police inspector.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a joke at one point of like X amount of soaps in a trench coat?
I think so. I think that ended up being a custom Cards Against Humanity card.
Oh, something like that. Yeah.
15 soaps in a trench coat.
15 soaps in a trench coat.
I don't know why that.
I
That
don't-
was the number.
I think it was probably pulled from thin air, to be honest.
Probably.
15 just seemed the right to, you know, fill out a trench coat. Not that I have any, not that I have any basis to how big a soap is, but 15 just felt right.
In order to understand how big a soap is, you just set it next to another soap for scale.
Yup.
Yep.
Here's a soap for scale next to a soap for scale.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, obviously, they either have to contort a certain way, or they're small enough because they fit in your walls. So, there's at least one clue to how they appear, at least in the physical realm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You mean me?
Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before a document returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back to my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever. Obviously, you were talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, but at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for reference. I value my life over manners. By which you mean the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Unlike me, who shot many people. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call with the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. You know the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Sure it is.
Surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Hmm? Yes, of course. He burst immediately without knocking. The inspector held himself to stop each other, and just managed to slip past him and make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using the quick Ippon Seoi either.
They really want to throw that in as much as they can, don't they?
Yeah, and I have no idea if I'm saying it right.
It's close if it isn't.
Yeah. The way I always thought of it is that you have to think that each syllable, each syllable is a kanji, and that helps a lot.
Yeah. Plus, like, you follow the same a, e, o, u rules as like Spanish for Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just kind of go through that, the only difference is sometimes they will it's still pronounced in a way, but the way that it's kind of, I guess, condensed in a way, it would be the equivalent of like, how we like, oh my god, what is it called? Whenever we make an apostrophe and we put two words together, compound words, is that what it's called? No, it's two words that make it one. I can't think what it was called, but like, should not becomes shouldn't. Sometimes I'm not sure. It's the words themselves don't necessarily follow the rules like that, but the way that you go about pronouncing it, like TSU, for example, right? Or SU just in general. You get like the name Daisuke. Some people would approach it being like, oh, you pronounce all it Daisuke. Daisuke. That's how you say the name. But they actually pronounce it Daisuke. So there's different.
Damn, I thought it was Daisuke.
Daisuke. Daisuke. Nice to meet ya.
Daisuke, very quiet, Daisuke.
Very quiet, Daisuke. But there's certain which I don't jutsu, so I don't know moves, regardless if that's a real one or not. But going off of just general pronunciation guides, seoi, ippon seoi, sounds about right.
Okay. The ground snapped off and glass covering the face of the watcher was cracked. But what was the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. What proves the power of my jujitsu throw? Well, guys, whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in my cabin. Because there's an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? Huh?
The wormwood hole.
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such a thing. You're a dummy head. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? In a box.
Mm-hmm.
When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, someone come pack him up like a little present and tote him along.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. Stupid. How exactly? With their arms?
They use their arms and their legs to go heave-ho and pick up the body.
Carrying the corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but not if it's Black Butler.
And the whole ship becomes corpses.
You killed everybody on the boat.
Gosh damn it, the Undertaker's here.
Niche humor.
I don't know how niche humor it is, to be honest, so. Black Butler's
true.
fairly popular. I wouldn't say it's like the biggest thing, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah, and Book of the Atlantic isn't particularly new,
Yeah, it's been out for a bit.
from my understanding.
I went and saw that, did I go see that one in theaters? I think I saw that. Yes, I did see that in theaters, I think. So, yeah. There were special screenings. I went and saw the Bunko movie in theaters too.
Yeah?
Yeah. Anytime that I can go see an anime movie in theaters, I try.
I haven't been to a theater in over 10 years.
I think the only time that I've been to theaters, probably within the last 10 years, was to go see anime movies. I think I went to go see...
Yeah.
I went to go see Your Name. I went to go see Weathering with You. I went to go see... what was it called? Do You Want to Eat My Pancreas, I think it's called. I went to go see...
What?
Yeah, it's a strange title. The movie's actually... sad. Very sad.
Okay.
It's about a girl that is sick. And I guess there's a Japanese either ideology or a myth type thing that gosh, what is it specifically? It has something to do with like if in regards to eating a part of your body that's ailing you, or having someone eat a part of your body that's ailing you, you'll be cured or something. Or in your next life, you won't have this problem. Something like that. I forgot what it was, but it's like, it's moving in a way. It was sad. I don't know. Anyway, I've only gone to the movies to go see anime movies. I've gone to see both the Utari movies. I went to go see the Bungo movie. I went to go see Black Butler. Like, I only go to the movies.
Suzume too recently? Ish? Or am I thinking something else?
I did go see Suzume earlier this year. I did go see Suzume. I was super happy to go see that. Oh, and then I went and saw Premiere at the movie theater, like, I think, was it 9 times? I forgot how many. But yeah, I only go to the theaters to watch anime movies. Anyway.
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels, to ensure it's not full of bodies. And I would like to think the port police would carry the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Let's kill the idea then.
But perhaps not.
Miss Susuto?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. Transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. No objections. State your amended testimony now. The ever-changing voice of Strongheart. There's an idea. But it's tripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same tracks at the border. Symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did.
With a dead body in tow.
Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So an agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Maybe some sort of instantaneous kinesis device.
Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. Maybe someone figured it out. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's the story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Yes. Is that a failed threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
I don't know, I'm just saying. Especially if you don't get adept at the art of kintsugi. Kintsugi, then you're losing teacup after teacup, Mr. Naruhodo. And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin,
Body would have to be moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
that could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, so... I'm gonna make a save. I think present the picture. It has that trunk. Who thought that our commemorative photo would also include Gregson?
There's not a possible way you could have moved Inspector Grayson's body, you say? I'd say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. Transporting Inspector Grayson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Party not intact, but have corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
Surely I am. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a man's body could fit inside even the largest trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on President Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Inspector Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. He's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku?
Darn, Mikotoba.
I should have called him guilty when I had the chance. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Ahsoka and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Shikoku, please. Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you could even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Beric Van Zykes shot the victim at point-blank range. You and your biases, Kazuma.
Yeah. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that psychological reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on President Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply. The words just came out of my mouth. You watched it happen. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on President Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
I literally went the long way around, didn't I? Instant death. What are we contradicting? This evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
That he died instantly?
The autopsy report says instantly.
And maybe don't use that?
Yeah.
I don't know, there's something in his photo? Not really.
The blood is curious, though.
Yeah.
If it was a setup, then obviously different, like pig's blood or something could have been thrown down there, but it is curious.
Meanwhile, no blood in the cabin.
Yeah, that's also very curious. Evidence that contradicts the claim that he died instantly. Blood on his trunk. Recovered from the scene by subsequently, removed from the scene, but was subsequently recovered by Gina. Why did Cosmo hack at this?
Also, did he cut through a metal band?
That is presumed unless it's like a leather that's just riveted.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. I'd say the corners and the buckles and stuff are definitely metal, but the other bits, I can't say with certainty.
Okay. Not that it helps us either way, but...
Yeah, just a thought, right? An observation. Don't look, observe, as Shulm says. Why would Cosmo have hacked at him? Why would he have drawn his sword? Where would he have drawn his sword? And the weird, like, rusty bits are kind of strange to me, too, still. Contradicts, he died instantly, bro! Presumably, he would have had this trunk with him. Unless someone fabricated it and tossed his passport inside here. But I don't know why they would do that. When Gregson himself could easily have done it himself because he's traveling. He needs a passport to go to France. Cosma and Gregson go to France. How does the blood specifically put Gregson on the ship? I don't know. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street, but this evidence clearly contradicts the claim. Okay, maybe it's not necessarily the died instantly so much as the location, because I think that's what we're ultimately trying to get at, right? So what would change the location? Obviously, my attorney's armband. That
Yep.
proves that everything is the way that I say it is. I said so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cheat again. I'm gonna cheat again. What? Okay. Where are we going with this?
Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes. The point is, the posture of the body itself. It's trunk-shaped. The Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted fetal position due to pain of the shock which subsequently proved fatal. I am sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. But the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street. Or it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Denji Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Arg.
I'm a pirate now. I am Blackbeard.
Present my trunk. I refuse.
What?
On what grounds?
Diplomatic immunity.
I'm a Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, said Shigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
It's Von Karma all over again.
It's what?
I do. Von Karma. We assumed him guilty because he would not subject his shoulder to metal detection.
Yep.
I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you are not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. I apologize.
You turned into an alien.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Goku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi?
What? Putting this crime on me?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. Dear God, how outrageous! So it was you? No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing that, I certainly have no recollection. What is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi.
You.
Now we have to defend both of her prosecutor boyfriends.
Damn. I never thought you'd stoop to this, say Shinoji Goku.
Taking the words straight out of my mouth, the prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You fought by leaving the body in my cabin, you pinned the crime on me, did you? Well, the Prosecution Council, Prosecution Council has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
He just did. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've earned my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion.
We'll have to wait just a few more minutes. As we've hit the top of the hour now, so it's time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight here real quick, we'll be right back here after a few minutes. So, see you in a minute.
Wham.
Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. Oh my gosh.
What?
Watch stream. I don't know if you're on the delay.
Oh, just sat there.
There's a box that just clung to my face for a minute. Oh, at least I can move the model to unjostle it. Imagine if that had been stuck to my face for the rest of stream.
Sad.
I would now become box scroll. Okay. Thanks for the eternity. Oh yeah, thanks. I feel like that was a pretty lucky shot to have it balance like that. I don't know if it'll happen again.
Assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Konosuke. Isn't that and it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. Comes then Jigoku, or Kazuma.
I don't think it's Kazuma. Also, what happened? Soph hit celebrate, and the boxes came flying at me. Yeah, the thing got stuck on my face.
Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Chicken.
Chicken.
Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Goku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... I mean, it's technically possible.
I know it is technically possible. I'm like, do we want to say that it's technically possible?
No.
I feel like this is honestly more incriminating than anything.
Yeah.
To be like, oh, he attacked the inspector with his sword first, as you can see by this large gash with the chink of the sword tip in it. And then in the end, with his broken sword, he decided to resort to using the inspector's own gun against him or something like that, you know? I feel like that's how it would be spun. So what time was that? That'd be a late dinner, man.
Yeah.
Coming back from dinner after 10? That'd be a late dinner, man.
It's time Ari
Well,
eats.
no, it wouldn't have been. Because there's a crewman there. It would have been before 10 when he came back. But theoretically in that time period, well, okay. It could have been like 9:55. Well, No, the crewman. Well, what's real, what's not real at this point? Well, obviously I know what's real, what's not real, but trying to figure apart what was said. Cause it's like, oh, he said he like tossed him over his shoulder onto the ground. And the burly crewman came into the room, right? But that's probably not true anymore because Jigoku is now, huh?
At what point do we call out Jigoku for lying through his teeth about that?
Right? Yeah.
The guy threw him. Just kidding. He was shot.
Just kidding. He was shot. Yeah. He was dead in my room. And that goes back to the broken pocket watch thing again. which I don't know if that'll ever come up, but who's to say that there was actually a man outside the room when he came back to his room? So we don't even know at one point Jigoku came back to his room and Gregson was there. Because Kazuma didn't give a time when he left. He just said that he got there with Gregson and decided against it and left. And disembarked from the ship.
Discord's doing the audio thing again.
Oh, beautiful! We love when Discord does the audio thing again. What an excellent, excellent piece of technology you are indeed.
Hooray.
Hooray! But even still, if he's going along those lines of it being dinner time, that is a lot late dinner, man. Just a thought there. Okay, we need a Kazuma. Is it possible? Is it impossible? Victim's murder could have been committed by Professor Asogi. Professor Asogi, excuse me. Prosecutor Asogi. Sorry.
He's a professor now. He's been promoted.
He's been he's taking on the visage of his father, you know. He's upholding that mantle. Would have been I don't want to say it's possible, though, because we know it's not. I'm fairly certain it's not him. Unless they're going to pull another switcheroo on us, I'm pretty sure everything's pointing towards Jigoku. Which I kind of find funny, because I was very skeptical of this guy in the beginning, like the first game, because his last name is Hell. he is he is Judge Hell.
Yeah.
I had a right to be skeptical. I had a right to be skeptical of this man. Names mean something in Ace Attorney.
What? No.
They mean a lot.
Gregson is British for fish and chips.
Yeah? I don't know what to pick. Do we make it possible? Theoretically, it's possible, but do we have a piece of evidence that is otherwise, though? Because I don't want to say possible. I don't.
Yeah.
Here. And it's probably gonna be like, show me your evidence. And be like, fuck. Impossible.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Isogi to commit the crime. What? Court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel.
Okay.
Proof is that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Isogi's involvement.
This music's great, but what do I even share? Ah, haha. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk. After it departs, the crew members are required to assemble
crew members.
Yes, but okay. My line of thinking on this, at least, right, is that we're assuming that the shot happened within that 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
This occurred after they left port. Cosima was not on board the ship. He disembarked in France and found another way to get back to London. He did not take the grouse back to England. That is my understanding, at least.
I don't remember.
Oh, I don't want to feel confident in this. I don't. I really don't. Because whenever I feel confident in things, they don't turn out right. I feel like that's it, though. I don't think Cosmo was on board the ship. I forgot how he got back, but I don't believe he came back on the grouse. Take it.
This itinerary remembers the SS Grouse, my lord. This is the conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
That tells us that the crime must have taken place, and the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 50 minutes, just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregston and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town, returned to England the following morning.
Oh, right. Like, go to the boarding house. You can see me signing in for yourself.
yeah. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yog! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What about do you not accept?
I don't want to be guilty. I make other people guilty. What do you mean? That boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. You can't trust that, he really doesn't love the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he found himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting. Waiting for his chance to come back. No, let's have a look. You see, Sholmes has sent me sign-in information for the book in the boarding house.
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name on the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
No, I... There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you give the court an honest answer. That's a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and just transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seshiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. So, looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
He's about to take off, y'all.
Ah,
Oh, he's done it
Okay.
again.
it's over. My life is over.
Well, you made some bad decisions, bud.
British assassin to eliminate professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Isoki. But things didn't go according to plan. The chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. That left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. Because tourism is not allowed. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? Reaper?
There's only one person who could have done that. Obviously, with my bias, it was Barrack von Sykes the whole time. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Ah,
So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness.
He doesn't have a ring around his neck, though.
But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. I bided my time, waiting. It was 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it? Victim was killed inside your cabin with SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on President Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered up for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah. The sight of that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. It must have been just after we took his photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. It was more than nervous. On President Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate the gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bracketed hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor and moved the notice board and set up a little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at this moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine. It was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
Hmm.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Don't say that, Strongheart.
The witness will be tried in the coming days, as soon as we replace this thing that he broke.
For the second time?
For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Let's be Goku. One last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
If we're gonna die anyway, might as well tell us, bro.
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now?
Funny you say that, Asfar. I've been saying that from the very beginning. I've said that from the very beginning, where I was just like, huh, Judge Hal, that's disconcerting. Just a little.
Finished. All of it.
No, I mean like a year ago when we first started Chronicles. From the very beginning, of us playing this series, I've been like, ah, how strange. How weird. It's been a while since I've talked about it just because we haven't really seen it too often. Plus, like, after getting through the first game, I'm like, okay, it's just the judge for Japan. And I don't know, I didn't have a great feeling about him at first. That was names usually mean something in Ace Attorney, and having a judge named Hell was a little
Yeah.
Your common sense is
Finished.
working. It's called observing.
I mean, there is the running joke of we should write a visual novel.
We should write a visual novel, yeah.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. I almost read willful as wifey.
Wifey murder of Tobias Gregson. Tobias Gregson was not wifey material, therefore he had to be opt.
Spiritual Goku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found dead. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. I will find you, and I will club you to death.
I am the Reaper. I mean, you heard nothing.
Months ago, Mr. Goku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. No, we're hecked up, Jay.
Yeah, we have decided on a day earlier this week.
There's a 50-50 shot of me having to be busy tomorrow, and I didn't want there to be a potential issue with that, so...
Nope.
Yeah.
We shifted it over. Typically it is Thursday, but if you want to keep track with what's going on for the week, I usually try to get a schedule posted. Are you on the Discord? I don't know if you're on the Discord or not, Tribe. If you're on the Discord, there's an announcement channel. Or on Twitter. I have it as my pinned tweet, so usually the best place to see what's going on in case we shift things around, cancel stuff. Or we do Ace Attorney on Wednesdays.
Shy is not the Discord.
Oh, highly recommend it, try.
Very active.
I try. I'm so tired, so. Did Cosmo say something? I don't know. I couldn't see.
I don't know.
Did he say anything, or is it just... Nope.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled. This whole thing, it doesn't feel resolved.
Damn. Strongheart just like...
Silence.
Strongheart just like, another fucking credit roll! Another one! How
I feel
many
like
do
the
this?
previous ones would have finished.
Hmm?
Hopefully. I feel like the previous ones would have finished by now.
True, we just started a new wave.
Who wanted to see every week with Bailey? This extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. That's a tomorrow problem. So far as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor,
As you wish. Now, for formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Beric Van Zyx,
Hold on, my biases are showing again. We need to resolve this real quick.
the prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred.
so,
The accused instance hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
what?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric Van Zyx has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well. Well, here you have information that the court needs to hear, Mr. Cupid.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric Van Zyx, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What?
Cosmo, getting a little worked up here, bud. You let those emotions show, bud.
Order, order, order! Reaper the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting some information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zyx very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. The circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated by Jigoku, with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. A which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity.
God.
What?
Just definitely identify the man's identity. I'm like, alright,
Yeah.
that's a lot of same sounds.
Yep. Hey, as long as it's not a bunch of like C's, K's, and S's back to back, I don't trip up if it's bad. I don't trip up as bad.
That is the prosecution's intention here.
Cosmo wanted you to trip over those words. He wanted me to get tongue-tied and look like an absolute fool. Cosmo knows where my loyalty lies. He's like, if you must voice me, I'm gonna do my damnedest to trip you up.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zykes. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. I'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zykes unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. I just do love being here.
Watching all my enemies crumble before me one by one. Ooh.
Pray turn a blind eye to discourtesy, as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zykes.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations, once and for all.
Good.
Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zykes.
The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. Was the leg raised? Have you not witnessed the prosecutor Van Zykes leg objection death slam? This is a witness stand equivalent.
What says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
Right that he's not himself. But I knew it'd be like this. And I came here today to determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend.
And that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand. And give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Yes.
My lord. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking at that particular moment, especially with the little bow with that. I was totally thinking that. Oh, I'm pretty sure even in Japanese he says, yes, my lord.
He does.
Oh.
Have you?
Amazing.
Oh,
Hmm?
you watched Black Butler, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Hi, Lux.
Did you not watch it in Japanese?
I watched it originally in English. I watched Book of Circus, Book of Atlantic, Book of Murder in Japanese, so it's been a little bit.
Oh.
I couldn't quite remember. I have the voice of J. Michael Tatum and Daisuke Ono in my head as Sebastian, and I couldn't quite remember the specifics
Oh.
of where "Yes, my lord" came from. But I'm pretty sure I remember Daisuke Ono saying it too.
Oh.
Hello,
Yeah, no, he
hello.
says it about like I just delivered it.
Yes,
So
yes, that same cadence, and that's what made me think. I was like, I think Daisuke Ono said it in that cadence. Okay.
I think we were watching Code Geass after watching Black Butler,
Mm-hmm.
and there are people there who also say yes, my lord, because there's nobility.
Yeah,
And I'm just like, it just hits. It's not the same.
it's not the same. See, I Black Butler was my first anime. So anytime I see anything in regards to that, it does not hit the same way. It does not hit
Yeah.
how it's intended. Have we ever seen Soap and Daisuke Ono in the same room? No. I can't say I personally have. I've never seen Daisuke Ono in a room in person before to begin with. So, and you know what? I've never seen Soap in a room either
You've
in
seen a
person.
picture of me in a room
I have
in
seen a
person.
picture of you in person in a room, but I have not necessarily. I have. I didn't realize it was you at first either.
Yeah, that is true.
I didn't realize that's what I thought it was just a really great meme, like, which it was a really great meme. I just didn't realize how great it was at the time. But I don't know.
I was talking to Arya the other day, and she mentioned that she had never seen my face before. I'm like, I think there's at least 3 pictures of me in our group chat.
Photoshop the Daisuke Ono face off of their face, damn.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
was it was Daisuke in the photo? You know what? I don't think he was. Who knows? Just what does that mean that Soph hates Daisuke Ono with a passion? Not that I can attest to Soph's.
I don't even know if that'd be a jump. That's just confusing.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going
Ah,
with this.
yes. Old Daisuke Ono.
Daisuke Ono, it comes full circle. It comes full circle. Uh
Pretty sure I caused 1, perhaps 2 people in chat psychic damage.
Yeah, Soph if Soph does hate Daisuke Ono, then he's gonna ippo seoi him over his
I
shoulder.
would have no reason to.
I don't know. I don't know why Soph would hate Daisuke
I
Ono.
watched
Unless you would just
like
you witness Black Butler
87
and you're like,
episodes of Black Butler.
oh yeah. Unless you witness and you're like, oh my god, I can't stand this guy anymore.
Get through every season of Black Butler, 2 hour-long OVAs, the movie,
Mhm.
another season of Black Butler. Get to the end, and Arya's like, "So, what did you think?" And I was like, "I absolutely fucking hated it."
Yep. Exactly. That's what's gonna happen. I'm trying to think, Daisuke Ono was technically in Bungo too. Only had a small role. He had that one episode, I think it was in the 4th season, where Fyodor is locked in with that mafia guy. The weird mafia guy that thought he'd outsmarted him. Ace was Daisuke Ono. Oh, and Ryosli is Daisuke Ono too.
Well, that doesn't help me.
I know. I'm just trying to think of other Daisuke Onos that you might have heard of.
Other Daisuke Onos.
Yeah.
Replying.
The other ones. There's multiple ones, don't you know? Voice actors, like professional voice actors that play multiple roles, have multiple like physical incarnations of themselves. How else do you think they'll be able to voice those characters, you know? They're busy people with many roles, you know, they've got to divide and conquer. Yeah, I'm totally blanking on what else he's been in. He's been in a lot.
Oshinoko.
Is he in Oshinoko? I haven't watched Oshinoko.
Yeah.
Who's he voice?
GOA? I don't know who that is.
I'm gonna
offhand.
look it up now. I haven't watched a I fucking love Idol by Yoasobi. I have not watched a single bit of Oshinoko though. But yeah, Daisuke Ono and Hiroshi Kame were like the two it guys when I started watching anime. Where I'm just like, they showed up everywhere together. I'm like, I know these people. Where is Oshinoko? Oh, right, he was Jushimatsu. Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't know Jushimatsu though. Goa.
Word of the day. I need you to figure your shit out.
Word of the day.
The word of the day bot that I have. It's
Uh-huh.
posted the same word of the day 3 times in a row again.
Oh man, it's got hitched up.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Even scrolling through here real quick, there's nothing that stands out to me. Like, oh yes, Soph has witnessed this. 'Cause I have no clue if you have or not.
Jeez. Hi, Black Butler Public School arc.
Hey, did you know that Daisuke Ono is Sebastian Michaelis and Black Butler?
Bartender Glass of God is an anime that I've seen like 3 episodes of.
Yeah, I need to watch that because I found it a while back, the original one. I'm like, okay, put that on my list, and I saw that they did a remake. I'm like, oh, they've done a remake. Gotta watch that one too. We all love the Skrull. What does that mean, Chai? Anytime that I'm around some of the things that Chai says, or some of the things that Arya says, I'm like, wow, I'm really not hip with the kids. I don't know what the hell this means.
Oh, the word of the day.
Oh, it's Squirrel World today. I
And
see.
yeah, apparently. According
Gotcha.
to the bot, and it has been for the last like 3 days.
It's not him. It's bagpipe lore.
Not even like bagpipe terminology, bagpipe lore.
Terminology, trivia, like not the lore. That's what killed me. It is bagpipe lore. That is amazing to know that a Skrull is bagpipe lore.
Like, I had just looked at the word, but for some reason, the fact that Chai said it in the way that Chai said it, and the fact that it, again, is Chai, my brain is like, is this an evolution of Baby Girl?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Baby
Baby
squirrel.
Squirrel.
That's what you call that's what you call I guess I guess what it'd be in this instance you would call a what's the word, a house husband from Scotland a baby squirrel.
Or it's a baby girl that just makes a really high shrill noise.
No, it like reverberates awfully like the bagpipes do. Not even a high pitch, just like a like baby squirrel. Oh my god.
Bagpipe music.
What?
You just open your mouth and bagpipe music.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, peeking my mic. Oh man, with my new so one of the things that I was like, I got this new mic, and I really do enjoy this new mic. I think it sounds really good with the way that it's like I guess I have a oh my god, what's it called? My brain's coming up with funny things to talk about now, but can't think about what I want to talk about at the moment. It's losing the words. It having like an EQ, I guess it was an EQ compressor or something. It's all software based, of course, but like I really like how it's making my voice sound a little bit warmer and just feels more like here versus my older other mic. My problem though is that I go from talking like this, where I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm doing Van Zyke's voice, right? I'm down as low as I can possibly get. And then I go do Iris's voice, where I'm
All the way up here. I don't know. I don't know if it picks the mic necessarily.
but I find that what really irritates me is that I like to sing too. And so I was trying to get everything ready for when I did karaoke for my birthday, to try to knock out the background noise, still have that EQ, um, but the noise compression, like it didn't capture everything, but it didn't cut me off. And that was the biggest problem I had, because a lot of songs that I sang would be fine, but there'd be a note or two where it just kind of go, and especially at the end of stream, because I sung Yoru ni Kakeru and Idol by Yoasobi. Both Ikuta has a very high high voice, and so the way that I approach it too, I approach it pretty high. Um, and I can usually hit those notes typically, but the mic didn't want it. The mic just like muted out quite a bit of some of those higher bits, especially in the chorus. So I'm just like, so sad. So I'm like, I didn't do too bad on these, but I can't really. I would have to like clip a very small portion of it to salvage it for like content, because it just didn't work. It kept tuning out and it kept peaking out, and I was like, oh man. So, but I got this new GPU, and one of the like free plugins that Wavelink has is this other EQ software or something, or noise compression software, I think. Um, but it runs through, I think, RTX or something, and I have a GPU that has RTX now, so well, I can go peek at that and see if that would be better, if it would be able to, because it says that it's able to I don't know, something along the lines of like you can adjust it, but at the same time it's easier to accommodate and process something or other. So I'm like, oh please, I want to figure out the ways of audio so I can stream and have nice sounding voice. At the same time, I can also sing and have a nice sounding voice. That'd be great. Anyway, I got rambling on that. Um, I'm surprised I didn't
On
get
that,
as. Hmm.
on that note,
I know. On that note, it is
we're
time for
coming
us.
up on ad break.
I know we're coming. We're not going to ad break. We're not going to ad break because I feel like this is a good spot to struggle. Oh my god! I saw what you said, China.
It's
Said
a
that.
good spot to struggle.
This is a great spot to struggle. An exceptional spot to struggle. Karaoke stream when? We could do a karaoke stream again sometime. I like singing. I
Listen
really do.
periodically.
Yeah. Well, okay.
It's not like, yeah, we don't have to struggle to get Michi do karaoke.
No, you don't have to struggle to get Michi to do karaoke. Like, you could probably be like, "Hey, Michi, can you sing the chorus of this song?" I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I got you. Just do it like right now." Like, especially now, my voice
You
is
could be
so
like,
warm.
you could be like, hey, so if you sing the chorus of the song, I'm like, not well.
Every part of Ace Attorney is a good spot to struggle. You know what? Soph and I have been doing this for over a year now. We, for whatever reason.
Incidentally,
Hmm?
if you join the Discord and go to the music section, there is karaoke.
There is karaoke. There is karaoke. Yeah, I'd love to do more karaoke streams. I really do like doing them. I need to honestly put together, like, write a physical list of songs that I know and start learning some different songs too. Honestly, I've thought about doing that as a routine because I've been thinking of ideas to do as like fun redeems, because I'm like, I don't have fun redeems. You throw things at me, that's about it. And I'm like, I want to add some fun redeems that are, interactive in a way. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I really like singing. I really do. And I've gotten to a point where I'm all self-taught. Like, I've not taken any lessons on anything, but I really have gotten to a spot where I'm like, you know what? I feel like I've gotten tone and stuff pretty good. And whereas for most of my life, I've just learned through mimicry, I feel like a lot of songs I've kind of been able to put in my voice now, and it's very exciting for me. Singing just feels really good for me. I really do like singing. So I've thought about honestly doing a redeem where I have like just a physical list someone can pick a song from and I'll sing an excerpt from it. But lots of things. I've been so busy. Streaming unfortunately has not been, or making additional contributions to the streaming experience other than just getting on and streaming has not been at the forefront of my mind between work and life and a whole bunch of stuff. I can never do routines. People ask me to do things and I do them. See, I have to think, I'm like, you guys are accumulating these points by being here. And I have to give you a reason to use these points. Because if they accumulate anyhow, I'm not going to make it be like, oh, 2 million points for me to sing. That's ridiculous. It'd be more like, oh, use 1,000 of your points and I'll sing for the next 5 minutes. Like,
I have to hoard them like a dragon.
yeah.
I'm up to 250,000.
Wow. You could redeem a lot of things. You could throw so many things. Huh?
That's a lot of celebrate.
Yes, that is a lot of celebrates. That indeed is a lot of celebrates. You said 250,000? You would be able to throw 2,500,000 boxes, wouldn't you? I think so.
On long stream.
It's
How many
about
boxes get thrown each celebrate?
10. And they're 10 apiece, aren't they? Or like for a celebrate? Or is it 20? No, it's 10.
If it's 10 boxes, if it's 1 point per box, and I have 250,000 points, how many boxes can I throw?
Did I miscalculate that? I thought just adding an additional 0 on it.
Yeah. 10 boxes for 10 points.
Yeah.
It's 1 point per box.
Yes.
250,000 points. It's 250,000 boxes.
Oh, it is. I was trying to multiply 10 by 250,000. I'm like, that's a lot of boxes. Genshin character. I don't. You've wasted a redeem. I'm sorry, Ultimo. We'll be playing Genshin tomorrow though, but we'll be doing Notland stuff.
Stop doing math around all my streamer friends.
I
get upset.
I can typically do math, so I'm sorry. It's 1 a.m. I work in a field that uses a generalized amount of math. I'm not mathing right now because I've been mathing all day.
You can hear how she's doing.
I'm fine, okay? I'm okay.
This is her I'm okay voice.
Oh. Oh man, I had to tell you guys something sad though in regards to math, and honestly, it's like really kicked my self-esteem at work. So, right after I came back from vacation, I was sick and I was not feeling good, so this probably helped contribute to it. But that first Friday that I came back from work, feeling like crap, it was stupid busy. It was Michi bleeding out. I'm okay, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just gonna lay here. I'm just lays down. But that first Friday I came back, it was stupid busy, and I ended up my drawer was off, like not like a huge bunch, but like more than like a handful of cents, you know, or more than like $1 or so. And I was devastated. I'm like, oh my gosh. Thankfully, you know, like I don't have to pay for it, but it's a mark on my record, right? I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, why does this always fucking happen around the time that I take time off? You know, small allergies add up to a certain demerit point system. But I'm like, this one was a pretty hefty point demerit, you know? And I was like, oh, this sucks. And so my manager was telling me to look for it. We couldn't find it. And I have no clue where it actually ended up, but we ended up going through the transactions. And I'm pretty sure it was in my 20s. And I'm like, I have been so vigilant to try to count my 20s properly. Lately that I almost made the same mistake the other day. I actually sent someone home with too much money, and thankfully I was able to figure it out, and I called them and verified it. I was like, oh my god, and they were kind people, thank goodness. But I'm just like, now I don't. 20s are the build I see the most of, And now I don't want to see any of them. Like, I don't want to touch them. I don't want to deal with them because I just keep fucking up when I count my 20s. And I don't know why. I don't know why I can't do math with my 20s. So math is not my strong suit at work nowadays, at least with $20 bills. We're hanging in there. This has happened to me in not so life-threatening terms. What?
I joke that if you were bleeding out, you'd still say I'm okay.
But you saying this has happened to me in not so life-threatening terms.
Yeah. I've bled profusely and been like, it's fine.
Oh, yes.
I wasn't bleeding out.
Oh, okay. I see the example, not the example, the explanation.
My mom broke it wasn't a Christmas light, but it's like that size of a bulb
Yep.
in the basement. And apparently instead of cleaning it up, she just kind of swept it to the side.
Oh god.
And we had an unfinished area in the basement, and I was bringing stuff in from the backyard because we had like it opened out into the backyard from the basement,
Yep.
and I found one of those shards. The doctor called me smart because I actually brought the shard with me because the red on the glass indicated how deep the cut was. So they could figure out whether or
That's
not I
true.
need stitches.
Yeah. That is very true. But yeah, honestly, I would probably be, if I was bleeding out, I would probably be a huge baby about it. Whenever anything hurts, unless it's like muscle ache, which muscle ache I can deal with. It's like, I did dance for so long that muscle ache is like, ooh, hurts so good kind of feel. But anything else, I'm a huge baby about. I'm a huge baby about. I get a headache, just like a mild headache, and I am down for the count. Like, I'm slowing down. I'm less expressive. My energy is slowly draining away from me. Like, I can still do things, but I'm definitely becoming a shell of the person I once was. And whenever I'm sick, I'm not feeling it. Like, when I go to work, it absolutely kills me whenever I don't feel good. Because not only am I draining myself from not feeling good, but I also depend on the, hi, how are you doing today? How can I help you? Oh, we'll get this deposit in your account. I'll be right back with your cash. Like, absolutely kills me. Yes, I don't know how we got on this tangent here. It's kind of par for the course. I stayed, for the most part, I feel like I stayed decently focused for stream. I was honestly afraid tonight that I would go off many more rabbit holes just because of how tired I am.
We got fun because I was talking about how many points I have because you were talking about redeems,
Mm-hmm.
and then I talked about how many points and how many boxes I could throw at you.
Ah, yes, and the math.
Had no conversation about math, and you sounded like you were suffering, and then we got into the whole
Yes.
Arya or not Arya. I'm talking Arya aside. Michi's saying that you'd be okay if you were bleeding out.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah,
That's where
kinda.
it came from. That's where it came from. But yeah, I'd probably be a pretty big baby about it if I was actually bleeding out. Like,
I hang out with a lot of people with ADHD. It's a skill that I have to have. Tracing back.
that is fair, yeah. Usually, okay, not usually. My memory sucks. My memory's not been good for many years now. But usually I can kind of pinpoint the keystones of a topic change. But I had meant to end stream like 15 minutes ago, but here we are. We're having a conversation.
That's how we roll.
It's how we roll. It's how we roll. And I like having conversations with people. It's part of the reason why I stream. But yeah. I think we need to probably wrap up here because I've used all my snoozes on the ad break, and the ad will come in like a wrecking ball, regardless if we want it or not. So I just should probably wrap it up, I don't like conversing when I'm here anyway. See, I'm very particular. I'm very particular. I like
Oh,
talking.
no.
I like talking. This will be a short thought, okay? It'll be a short thought. I like talking to specific people But the only reason why I don't mind talking, okay, in general, I don't like people. In general, the short thoughts of the short Michi. Oh my god, short thoughts with short Michi. But in general, I honestly hate conversing with people, like especially customer service. It is not for me. That is not my calling. I apparently do it decently enough because I've been doing it for almost 10 years now, but it is not something that I desire to do. The difference here is I can cater what conversations we have here. Not necessarily like forcing the conversation, but hey, let's not talk about that. If it's something that I don't particularly want to be a conversation. And even still, I feel like we all kind of, we'll talk about the subject matter of what we're streaming or certain things that we have in common that are just like in conversation that comes up. And so here at the very least, I can kick out the people that are going to be assholes, I'm going to kick out the people that are going to be disruptive. Like I can create a temperate atmosphere to talk here. So I enjoy streaming. That's why I like that. And talking to people that, I enjoy talking to. Different than talking to people in public. I am not a people person. Yes, for some reason I am not a people person. I'm introverted, yet for some reason I've decided to become a streamer. Just the way it is. Who threw that at me? Thanks for that. So
Your ad breaks are incoming.
huh?
Your ad breaks are incoming.
I know they're incoming. I got like 6 minutes. I'm seeing if there's anyone online right now.
Oh, 6 minutes.
I promise. I'm making an effort. I'm making an effort.
I just know how both you and Arya get.
I know. I'm doing I'm my Ryu bestest now.
Wah, 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 wah.
Wah, 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 wah. Yes, we are working on ending here. You know what? I'm going to read out to Creepy again tonight. She is playing Mika and the Witch's Mountain, and I'm trying to remember if that was the little like Kiki's delivery service that she was playing before. I think it is. It looks like it's super cute. So, you know what? We're gonna go read out to Creepy. So, let's see here. Thank you for stream. Thank you for stopping by, Chai. Also, thank you for stopping by as well as Far. I know that you're on a delay, but thank you, thank you. Thank you for stopping by as well, Lux. We're going to be raiding out to Creevy, who's playing a very, very cozy little game, it looks like. Very Kiki's Delivery Service-esque. Go ahead and get raid messages. First raid message is the general one. Second one is a subscriber one, so please collect whichever one is applicable to you. Grab that. Oh, yeah. What are we talking about? So tomorrow night we've got more Genshin Notland stuff. We've already gotten through all the Archon quests, so we're going to continue kind of stomping around. I went and opened up all the waypoints that I could get in my free time the other day, so that should make navigating a little bit easier. But we're just going to kind of go wander around and experience the country a little bit more. So I'm super excited about that. We'll be doing that tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time. If you would like to check out the schedule just in general, I don't have that as far, please. Please. uh, Thanks for spending time with us, Uji. Thanks for coming by, Ultima. I appreciate it. But yeah, so if you guys want to see the schedule for the week too, if you don't remember, verbatim, because we got a Genshin stream on Saturday too, I believe. You can check the Discord out. I have an announcement channel there that has what the weekly schedule is and all that information. Oh, we're actually also, I must mention this as well. We are doing a Discord anime day on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which is also posted on the schedules for the week, both on the Discord and on Twitter. But we will be watching the 2 Utapri concert movies. So please, yes, come watch Utapri with me on Saturday. Even if you have no clue what Utapri is, it doesn't matter. If you like pretty anime idol boys and you would like to listen to music, that is all that matters. The concert movies have no consequence to the anime whatsoever. There might be like small nods here and there, but you can enjoy the concert movies just fine on their own. So please come watch pretty idol boy trash eye candy with me together on Saturday. That would be super duper. So join the Discord and come hang out because we'll probably be talking and hanging out for that too. Yeah, the announcement. Can I come just spend time with you? Yeah, if you want to. We'll probably be talking and hanging out for a little bit. So I'll probably jump on call before too. So y'all are welcome to come just hang out too if you'd like. But yeah, we have that going on. So be sure to check that out if you guys are interested in that. I want to try to plan more Discord things together. Either like, I guess community type streams like Jackbox would be fun, I think. Or doing more anime days. So that is super duper as well. Anyway, we are running low on time. So thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. I hope you guys have a good night, good day, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. But yeah, thanks for coming to join Soph and I tonight. I appreciate you all. And I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. So, Michio signing off. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Oops.